Good morning. Good morning. I'm just realizing we're kind of at a weird camera angle there. Now you can see some of the weather with me. How's that? Anyway, how are you guys doing today? How are you this morning? I am doing amazingly well. I had an awesome weekend full of lots of random fun stuff going on. And then, in addition to that, my son, who we sent off to college, we heard from him yesterday for the first time, which may sound weird, but my son is at a senior military college. He's in the Corps of Cadets. And so they just finished what they call Hell Week, where he spent a week just getting pummeled along with the rest of the incoming cadets. And so it's a no contact week. So we got to talk to him for the first time yesterday to see how it all went. And he sounded so happy and he was just thrilled because they really go through a lot. And 10% of his class, he guesstimated, has already dropped out. That gives you an idea of how hard it is. So he's just happy that he made it through with a lot of his other buddies. And so it was just good to hear him, good to hear that he's doing well, no injuries. And yeah, so that was just like the capstone to the whole weekend. And yeah, I'm ready to read today. I have gotten a decent amount of reading done this weekend, but not as much as I hoped. So I have some very intense reading plans for this week. If you saw my Saturday video, you will know that I'm trying to read everything this week. And I'm going to start with The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain. I am on page like 96 or something like that out of 280 some odd pages. Do I have any hopes of finishing this book today? Probably not, but I'm gonna give it a good go. So we'll see how that goes. So that's like my only plan today is to get as much reading in that book done as possible. I have a few little things that I need to do. I try not to schedule too much for Mondays, and we'll just see how it goes. I now feel like this is angled really high, so let's just bring it down a little bit. Okay, that feels a little more natural. Anyway, let me check in on how you guys are doing and see what you are up to today. Let's see here. Viviana, you were the first one in this morning. Good morning to you. You'll be reading Outlander. Oh, yes. Happy reading to you as well. Have you read it before? I have read it once, like long, long ago when the books first came out. And yeah, and I remember enjoying it. I think I read maybe the second or third book in the series as well. And then I think I just got busy with life and college and stuff. Good morning, Sue. How are you this morning? What are you going to be up to? Hello, Diana. How are you? Let me know what you're reading. And same with you, Gail. Good morning to you as well. Hello to Livia. How are you? Let me know what you all are reading. Seeing your name, Olivia, reminds me of one of the young men that my son met this summer, whose last name is Brusolini. But for some reason, when he first said it, they all heard Mussolini. And so that's what they ended up calling him the entire summer. Because, again, military school, they only call each other by their last names. Half the time they're like, yeah, what is your first name? Because you either get called by your last name, which is like more formal, or you end up getting called by whatever nickname they give you. So anyway, it was kind of crazy. Hello, Dee Dee. How are you? Happy Monday, and I am excellent. I hope you're well as well. Good morning, Anne. How are you doing? I hope you're also well. Olivia's saying hello to everyone. And Heather, hello, how are you? It was a tough but definitely exhilarating week. There were definitely a couple of kids who like injured themselves. No one needed surgery or anything crazy like that, but just, injuries that might put them on crutches for a little bit. And it doesn't sound like from anything that was happening, it just sounded like just the amount of physical activity they were doing, their body just didn't hold up. Like they spent one day hiking for 5 hours up a mountain. So literally straight uphill the entire time. And he said the funny part of it was because he thinks this is funny, is that like just when they finally all felt like they couldn't go any further, they like made it to like this flat field and they're finally like, oh my gosh, thank goodness we made it. And they're all like collapsing and drinking their water and getting refreshments and cooling off. And then finally the person in command comes over and he's like, okay, congratulations, guys. You made it halfway. And they were all like, what? So he said they all had to sit there in shock for a few. Oh, because he thought for sure this is as far as we have to go. It wasn't. Yeah. So I think it was like, I think it took them 3 hours to hike up. Anyway, he's loving it. And pretty much all the cadets that are left are also loving it. They're all exhausted, but they're very happy. And Anne says, good morning to Livia. Hello, Donna. How are you? You're reading Small Favors. Nice. And you want to read to finish this either today or tomorrow. Sounds like a good goal. And for some reason, that made me realize that, per usual, I have not pulled up our timer. So let me go and do that. One day I'll switch timers and go to one of those like other timers that everybody else uses. But until that day, it'll be the same old, same old. And hello, Adrian. How are you? Good morning. Nice to have you here. And more hellos going around. And Sue will be listening to two audiobooks, The Last 30 Minutes of Wandering Stars. How have you liked that? And 2 parts sugar, 1 part murder. I love cozy mystery book titles. They're always like, that's obviously a baking one. Donna had a cozy reading night last night with your daughter and read like 2 chapters of your book. Oh, and started crying over it and felt lost from it. Oh, that sounds cozy and sad all at the same time, Donna. But I hope it was all enjoyable, like a good, cozy sad cry. And Patty, good morning, Patty. How are you? Congrats to your son. Thank you so much. Yeah, it does feel great. Like that was the first thing that I caught in his voice was just like you could hear how happy and thrilled and proud of himself he was. So that was really nice to know. And like this is a kid who has started working out and getting like into an intentional shape about a year and a half ago or so, but who doesn't play like didn't play high school sports, like played soccer when he was like in preschool and that was it. So he's not he's worked out a lot and he is very strong and muscular now, but he's not somebody who's like just naturally going to be running on a regular basis because, they've played soccer for the last 19 years or that kind of thing. And speaking of soccer, one of the funniest pictures that I saw was when they were climbing the mountain. In the picture in the foreground, there's this one girl, and she's just looking like, this is the best thing I've ever done. And she's just got this big smile on her face, and she's obviously just going along. And literally, the guys behind her are like, oh my gosh, what has happened to me? And her mom in the comments posted, she was like, "Yeah, that's 4 years of women's soccer that did that." So, it was just a funny picture because the other guys really looked like they needed a really long break, and that's no shame on them. I'm sure they were well into the hike, but I just thought it was funny, like, the contrast between their faces. And, you're 2 years away from your kid going to college. Oh, you're already sad. Oh, yeah, I can understand that. Yeah. I all my other friends who have sent their kids to college at the same time are all like, "Oh my gosh, my baby." In fact, my husband and I were like, "Are we like cruel parents?" Because 'Cause we're like, "Oh, this is great. Yeah, he'll be fine. He's having fun." And we're not hearing from him for a week, and they're like, "I haven't heard from my kid all day, and, I hope decorating their room went well." And we're like, We wonder how that 5-mile hike went." So, but it's just, different kids, different stuff, different parents, so it's all good. And Livia's hoping to finish Aragon today. Nice, nice, hope you do. And Elkie, hello, how are you? You're going to read a little bit, but you're going to donate blood very soon. Okay, so you'll pop out for a bit. Okay, sounds good. Well, good of you to donate. That's amazing. And I hope it all goes well with no issues. So yeah, I am a big fan of giving blood and they like when I do because I'm O positive. And they're like, thank you, give more. Sure you don't want to give a little extra? And I'm like, yeah, no, definitely don't. I can't afford that. And Denise, good morning to you. Going to start Sipsworth this morning. Very good. Hope that goes well for you. And Anne's reading There. Nice. In preparation, I'm sure, of For Wandering Stars. And hello, Zoe. How are you? Good morning to you as well. And Angela, good morning. Just finished Neverwhere. Ooh, yeah, I'm going to start that this week because I've got to finish it this week if I want to participate in the book club going on. And you're beginning The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I have never read that one, so let me know what you think. And I hope you liked there, Neverwhere. And Sue says, good morning to Anne. You want to read there, but you don't think you can handle it right now. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I don't think that would be good timing. I could definitely agree with that. And Gail, after a few chores, hopes to start your book club choice this month by any other name. Ooh, I feel like I've seen the cover of that. I mean, it's a Judy Picoult, so of course I've heard of it. Newly published about a woman who writes under a male pseudonym in the mid 1500s. Who I have not heard of that. Oh, wow. That sounds really fascinating. Let me know how you like it, Gail. And Heather's going to be falling asleep to your night chapter of Catherine the Great bio. Is that falling asleep because it's a little dry? And finally, about halfway through the 600-page book, oh, she's finally become impressed. Oh, nice. Well, isn't it nice to know that that's not really a spoiler unless our history's that bad, in which case, thanks for spoiling it. And so it's difficult, but very worthwhile. Okay, you were not comfortable with a lot of it. Yeah, I can only imagine. And hello, Isa. How are you? Nice to have you here today. Currently reading Chinking All Stars. Okay, and absolutely loving it. Good. I'm glad you found something you're enjoying. And Capricia, hello. Nice to have you here this morning. You're reading graphic novels on Libby and audiobook to children. Wait, okay. Let me space my reading here correctly. You're reading a graphic novel on Libby and an audiobook to children of English and Anarchy, or the audiobook, I'm guessing, of Children of English and Anarchy. Very good. Sounds like a good mix of things. And Donna, you mean it was crying because something sad in the book, but cozy because you were in your blanket fort with your daughter. Oh, yeah, that does sound nice. I mean, a good book cry is always nice in a way. And Wandering Stars has been difficult as well. Okay, you had to listen to it in short spurts this week. Wow. Yeah, sounds like Tommy Orange is a rip your heart out kind of writer. And you think it's a story that needs to be told. Yes, that is definitely what it seems like, and from what I've heard. And hello, Christina. How are you? And happy reading. Thank you. Finishing Huck Finn. That's my goal too. I'm kind of far from it, but we'll see how it goes. You switched from audio to print. Okay, and that's helped you get through the book. Nice. Good strategy. I always try that if I'm feeling like I'm not making progress or it's stuck for some reason. And yeah, Sue agrees it needs to be told. Donna's daughter is heading to college in about 3 years. Ooh, exciting. And you'll be the one going, oh, my baby, but also going, yes. Yep, exactly. I was talking to a guy yesterday who is like, I was at a comic book festival, a local one with my husband, and I was sitting at this table, and this guy, just came and was like, "Oh, can I sit here too?" And he had like two bags of comics, and he was like, "Oh, yeah." He was like, "The kid moved out this year, so we've taken over his room and made it into a library." I was like, they wasted no time, but it was for good use, so I can understand that. Dee Dee says hello, and Elkie, oh, you're O positive too. Yeah, you get called often, right? Yep, I would imagine so. They're like, Elkie, hey, want to come by? We're giving blood again. As in, we want you to. And hello, Shamika. How are you? Good morning. And you're reading Hyperion. Ooh, you love a good space opera. I have yet to read a space opera, let alone a good one. And Diana hasn't been able to get onto Discord. So you posted the video of Frank Zoc. Oh my gosh. I did see it, Diana. And I put it on the Discord. So, guys, if you have not watched this video and you're curious and don't mind maybe being traumatized, it's not for everyone. So, this is posted the video that we're talking about. I mean, even the title, okay? Don't think it's an accident. It's not. It, it came up in the book of music that I'm listening to. And I felt very strong disconnect from what she said about the song and my own experience of the song. And Diana happened to point out that there was actually a musical performance of the song that was simultaneously put to dance. And if you would like to see the combination of all of these things, I don't recommend it, but it's on my Discord channel. And it's under the part that's the Wonder Along section. Anyway, that was a very bad explanation. When we go to the break, I'll put a link to the Discord in the comments so you too can also just have your ears pillaged and your eyeballs ruined for life. So yeah, there was that. And Angela read Neverwhere while listening to the audiobook. Yes, I heard it was narrated by Neil Gaiman himself. Very nice, and you highly recommend it. Good point. I forgot about the audiobook. I would definitely check that out. And after Dee Dee finishes The Never King, she hopes to finish A House with Good Bones. Nice. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think you can knock those both out today. Hello, Alex. How are you? Joining from New Hampshire. Very nice. I hope you're having a good time there. You'll be doing some lesson planning for homeschool high school and reading When We Were Birds. Nice, good plan. But we want to be reading a sandwich. Okay. Had to force yourself to put it down so you could save it for a beach day. Ah, fair. Is that what you're doing up in New Hampshire? Does New Hampshire have beach weather right now? You'd have to be does New Hampshire even have beaches? My geography is horrible, so I can't actually think of whether it actually has a connection all the way down to the coastline. Let me know. Fill me in. Yes, yes. I know. I when Diana was like, "Oh, and there's a dance," I was like, "Do I wanna see this?" I'll admit I didn't finish watching it, partially because the music is personally grating on my ears. Anyway, that's the end of the comments, so I'll throw that link in there soon just in case you happen not to be on my Discord or want to find, the link to that video faster. I promise you don't. But we'll go into our first sprint, which is 45 minutes long, more than enough time for you to watch that amazing video. I don't know why I'm doing that to you guys, but, there it is. So let me get our timer set up correctly. I always do 45 minutes for our first sprint. So, and I'm going to make our breaks here 15 minutes because I got a lot of reading to do, guys. And then maybe I can get us a nice little mountain here. There is one that has a mountain in it somewhere. Is it the getaway? I don't think it's that one, but we'll go with that. No, I think those are buildings behind there. But anyway, we'll go with that for now. Don't you like seeing how that works? Oh, yeah, there's definitely no mountains in this picture. But oh well. There we are, our first 45 minutes. I will see you after the sprint. All right, welcome back. How was that first sprint for everyone? Mine went really well. I got a good chunk of reading done, and I made it from page 96 to page 115. So I'm pretty happy in that. And again, I'm reading The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, though I am freezing cold. I am in a dress. I'm definitely going to be putting on a sweater during the next sprint. And sadly, I'm so annoyed, guys. I was going to say a bug landed in my coffee. There's now two bugs in there. Well, I might just leave this out on the kitchen counter because we've had a little fruit fly problem. And if you know fruit flies, once you get them, they can be kind of hard to catch. Apparently not. Apparently they like the cup of coffee I made. So let me just set it out and catch the rest of them. So disgusting. I'm so irritated because I really hadn't finished a lot of my coffee. So I'll be getting a sweater and some more coffee on the next sprint. Let me go and see how you guys did. When I left, oh, I just missed saying hello to Karen. So good morning to you, Karen. How are you today? And you're going to be reading The Trial by Kafka. Ooh, I have yet to read any Kafka. So let me know what you think and how you like The Trial. Alex, okay, small coastline. Okay, but yes, has beaches. We'll probably take a ride to Maine tomorrow. Very nice. I haven't been in like the far reaches of New England, like probably since childhood at this point. I would love to go to that area sometime. And has sandwich in your pile. Nice. I have not heard of this. I will have to look it up. And there's the link. I mentioned you've been warned. If you are curious and want to watch an interesting video while listening to interesting music. Yeah, we'll put it that way. And hello, Sue. Good morning. You'll be reading Burnham Wood and All the Ways We Said Goodbye. Well, very good. Well, welcome. Glad to have you here, and thanks for sharing what you're reading. And hello, Alicia. How are you today? How's your afternoon going? Did you have reading sprints this weekend? I didn't make it to any reading sprints at all this entire weekend because we just kept having little things that happened and that we were doing all weekend long. But I hope you're well. And hello, Catherine. How are you? How long will I sprint? I will be sprinting until 9 p.m. today, so all day long. So welcome. Nice to have you here and hope you can stay for some or all of it. And I will typically be doing about 60-minute sprints and then taking somewhere between like a 10 to 15-minute break is usually how it ends up working out. So I hope you're here. Let me know what you'll be working on if you like. And Elisa's just joining, getting breakfast and coffee, reading All Together Dead. Ooh, okay. Well, good luck on finishing that. And you're gonna start your buddy read. Okay, regretting you and ooh, ugly love. Ooh, Colleen Hoover. Okay. Are you a Colleen Hoover fan? Like, where do you fall on that divide? I've read no Colleen Hoover, so I have no opinion. But I've heard things. And yes, thank you for answering that, Alicia. And Diana is going to continue reading Unfinished Tales by Tolkien. Nice. Getting backed up on your Middle Earth books. Oh no. Okay, yes. Catch up. And you're very welcome. And Dee Dee finished The Never King. Yay! Okay, interesting read. Oh, a take on Peter Pan and Wendy. Did I know that? I don't know that I did know that. Interesting. Hello, Brittany. How are you? Just finishing up some admin and then reading Heavenbreaker. Ooh, is that part of a series? Like it reminds me of Warbreaker, but clearly not the same. And hello, Diamond. Good morning. Nice to have you here. Let me know what you're up to today. Thanks for joining. And Sue finished Wandering Stars. Yay, another finished book. And you listened to Zappo's video. Oh, you are a fan of Zappo's music. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I should say, like, I've only heard two of his songs. That was one of them. And then there was another one where he was like whispering and talking in the background the whole time. That was really creepy. So I'm not ruling him out as someone whose work I could like, because honestly, that particular song, if it was in the background of the 80s or 90s video game, I probably would have been fine with. But just as a just next to Bach and Rachmaninoff, I it just wasn't working for me. And then the dance just took it to a whole another level of wasn't working for me. So, but I am sure he has a lot of fans. And Capricia got to chapter 28 of your audiobook. Nice. Olivia made it 5 chapters. Ooh, less than 3 hours to finish. You can do it. Yes. Proud of you. Yes. And Alicia finished breakfast, got coffee. Yeah, yeah. Oh, good. I need to get more of that. Ooh, and you're making some pretty good headway in your book, and you updated your everyday planner. Nice. Zoe managed 3% in I was a teenage slasher, distracted by a phone game. Oh, that can happen. That's okay. We've got more time. Karen just started reading Kafka. Okay. You started with Metamorphosis. Okay. But you still cannot stop thinking about, ooh, strange but haunting. I like that. I like that. And Alex would love to actually vacation in New England. Oh, yeah, me too. But you live in Connecticut and have family in New Hampshire. Okay, so you don't vacation, you visit. I get that. Yeah, but yeah, doesn't vacationing in New Hampshire sound amazing? And Denise didn't get started reading yet. Okay, had a nurse visit and made breakfast for your husband and ate a piece of peanut butter toast with your coffee. Very nice. That's what I thought I was going to have for breakfast. And then I ended up with oatmeal. And Alex, always sees people post, yeah, I know, pics and videos of the places you go. Yeah. And you're like, oh, yes, we live in a wonderful place. We should go to these things. And you got your books downstairs from the book festival. Ooh, what did you get, Anne? Give us a little, like, I guess, non-visual book haul if you want, or what are the things that you were most excited about? Alicia had a busy weekend. Okay, Friday. Oh, yes. How did that go? Oh, with the rainstorm. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear about that. Okay, and then you had swim lessons, and Sunday was laundry and house chores. Yeah, that is a busy weekend. How did the kids like the Halloween party, even though it was, a little rainy? And good morning, Courtney. How are you? Are you working today? What are you up to? Alicia's only read Verity. Okay. And she is the author for your author challenge this month. Okay, nice, nice. And a good morning to Tani. Yes. And to tangible reads. I was like, who's Tani? But yes, yes, you hit the enter too too fast. Brittany, it's the start of a new series. Okay, and you're having a good time. Excellent. Ooh, and Verity is a good one. Nice. Alex says that she's never done the Not Scary Halloween party, but you listen to the event soundtrack. Oh, wow. I didn't know there was an event soundtrack. Wow. That's pretty intense. And Gail says Zappa is unique. That is for certain. Yes, yes, definitely. Getting some paperwork done and hopefully get to reading soon. Yes. Yeah. And I do think like my biggest problem with Zappa was the way she described what the song was gonna be like. Just put me in mind of something else. And I think it was also on a day where I had to hear 2 songs back to back because I was a little behind, and that was a mistake. Mistakes were made mainly on my part and maybe some of Zappa's. Alicia, it was fun. We got rained on in the beginning. Oh, but you still had a lot of fun. Oh, I'm glad to hear. Hello, Storm. How are you? You've got your coffee and now on your way to Walmart. Oh, okay. I guess you're not a fan. I'm not either, so I get it. But good luck. You'll be fine. You'll do it. And the Zappa song that comes to mind is "Don't Eat the Yellow Snow." Yeah, that sounds about right. He's just all for all the things. Oh gosh, and Alicia liked Verity, still processing. Okay. And Courtney's okay trying to get out of bed. Oh, long work weekend. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it, Courtney. Well, hopefully you get to rest and get some downtime today and just get a little relaxing in bed. And Alicia did do sprints on Sunday as well. Yeah, Alicia usually has sprints over the weekend. So if you're looking for someone to sprint with on the weekend, she's a good one to go to. Courtney also has sprints that either she hosts or some other Black booktubers host. So, and that is also on Sunday morning, right? So I think Courtney's is Sunday morning, and then Alicia's is usually more in like the afternoon. So they're good Sunday ones to go with. Um, and the kiddos loved it. Oh, that's so nice. Hello, Kelly. How are you? Reading the Book of Lost Names. Very nice. Hope you enjoy. And Capricia also started Tiffany D. Jackson, Storm Dawn of a. Wow. Read the words. Storm Dawn of a God. Okay, is her last name Jackson Storm, or is the book Storm Dawn of a Goddess, or just Dawn of a Goddess? Because Dawn of a Goddess seems more likely. Ah, it's so hard when you can't do like italics and stuff in the comments, right? And Anne was very excited to meet David Balducci. Nice. He signed your copy of Calamity Souls, which is still on my TBR, thanks to you. And you asked him if there was a sequel, and he didn't say yes or no, but smiled. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, that's exciting. And you loved the Book of Lost Names. I have not heard of it, but sounds good. Well, hopefully Kelly enjoys it as well. All right, nice. We made it to the bottom of the comments, and I'm cold, so I'm going to go ahead and get in my coffee. Like I said, we have a little fruit flies, and I can't figure out where they're coming from. Probably the sink at this point. But yeah, if I can just catch them all in my little cup of Java at this point, I'll be happy. Anyway, distractions. Let me go ahead and pull up our timer. That's what I was trying to say. I can still see it flying around, probably heading for my coffee cup. It's over there. Anyway, let me get our timer going so we can go back into a sprint. And this will be the start of our hour-long sprints. So we will get lots of good time to be productive, get work done, take sprint naps, whatever you need to do. And I will see you in an hour. Happy reading. Hello and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? I keep getting so sucked into my book that I'm missing the timer going off. Anyway, let's see. How did I do? I read another 20 pages during that time, which is good because I only read for about 40 minutes then. I'm still working on The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, now at page 134, and there's a lot of things to think about and to consider as reading that. Um, I did make some more coffee too, and if you saw that, I just kind of held it and chugged it down. But I also spent the first bit of that sprint talking to the car dealership because our check engine light randomly came on. And interesting story with that. So, if you guys were here either last week or the week before, I mentioned that we had a mouse in our house and that I was somewhat skeptical that it came in the front door and thought it actually had some other little point of entry. I still think that because we have not seen the mouse since that day. However, guess why our check engine light came on? Apparently, a mouse chewed through one of the fuel lines. So I was like, wow, sabotage by mouse. like, but I'm like, well, I guess we know the mouse is back outside chewing away at our cars. Yeah, at this point, I can't wait until we are out of this temporary housing situation, which is coming up faster and faster. So, actually, really not that fast. Like, it'll probably still be another month because right now we're in the process of closing on our other home, which won't happen until September 10th. And then we still need to clean our new house, get our furniture and other things delivered, and get a couple other things done before we move in. So we probably are not moving until the end of next month. So it'll probably be a good 30 days before we're out of here. Anyway, that was how my sprint went. On this next sprint, I will probably get some cleaning done in my kitchen for the first 15 minutes. I have been having problems with swelling in my legs that my doctor and I are trying to figure out. So I really need to get up every hour. Even if I didn't want to get up every hour, I have to move every hour because my legs hurt if I don't. So yeah, little aside about me, stretch, move around, get water, do whatever you need to do to feel good. And let's see how you guys all did during that sprint. So Capricia was clarifying that it's Tiffany D. Jackson. Okay, so it was like the longer title. Okay, that's what I thought. Good morning, Lisa. How are you? Good to see you. Working and listening to Small Town Monsters. You would DNF, but you have an hour left. Oh yeah, just play it on real high speed for that last hour, so at least you can be like, I finished. I would do the same thing. Might as well keep going, get everything else done while it just babbles on in background. In fact, there was a newer YouTuber who just posted a video on DNFing, and if I can find it, I'll put it in the comments. And it was a very interesting video. Like, I thought he had some really good points about like sticking with a book longer than you want and really challenging yourself as to why you feel like putting it down. I think he made some really good points there. On the other hand, there were quite a few things that he said that I personally disagree with. You guys know I will DNF a book. Though I have continued to read books that I don't like and have finished them for a lot of the reasons that he actually said. So, but I thought it was an interesting video, but I was like, I wonder how the overall response to that's going to go because I felt like he said some pretty controversial things in there, and kind of in a hot buttony way, if you will. But anyway, I those were where all my thoughts are going this morning, squirrel. And a random person told you that you should read Wish You Well by David Baldacci. Baldacci? How do you actually say his name? I mean, it's not like you're going to be able to say it to me. I just realized I was saying Balducci, and that's not how it's spelled. It's Badachi? Interesting. Anyway, Courtney agrees with Jaleesa. And goddaughter, who's 13, had Rebecca Yarrow sign her copies of Fourth Wing and Iron Flame. Oh my gosh, she must have been thrilled. And she gave me the email to her publicist, and we've been able to get an arc of the next one. That is so exciting, and oh my gosh, I bet your goddaughter's like over the moon passing out. How fun. That's pretty cool. And Sue had breakfast and did a couple of things for hubby, fed the cats, and watched a couple of videos. Very nice, Sue, getting lots done. And Marie, hello, hello. How are you this morning? And you have the day off. Yay! So you're able to join. Yay! Well, very nice. Finishing Echo. Okay. And then starting Before the Coffee Gets Cold. Very nice. I hope you enjoy Before the Coffee Gets Cold. I really enjoyed the first book in the series. So take that for what you will. In fact, most reviews that I've seen are people who have liked the first book in the series, but they're still publishing the rest of it. Good morning, Kiana. How are you? And good morning, Sarvasha. How are you? Normally at work on Monday. Oh, but you have the day off randomly. Okay. Wow. Lots of people having the day off. Ooh, reading The Stationery Shop. Let me know how you like it. I just read The Lion Woman of Tehran by the same author and really enjoyed that book. Brittany got to 73% of Heaven Breaker. Good job. Zoe, I was a teenage slasher, isn't bad. 25% in now. Oh, good. Glad you're enjoying it. I know, I know. Right, Kiana? Like, seriously. Like, first you're gonna come in my house and be all bold and try to be like, hey, what are you guys doing? And then practically gonna go out and snip my car tires. I mean, snip my brake line when I decide to set a mouse trap. Yeah, I'm getting concerned about what this mouse is up to and where it's going. Jaleesa says hello to everyone. And Gail has accomplished a lot of chores, but in the next sprint, you're reading. Fair. And we'll start the new Jodi Picoult book for book club. Very good. I need to get an audiobook so that I can spend like every other sprint, like getting stuff done. Ooh, somebody mentioned the Neverwhere audiobook, and I do want to start that soon. So maybe I will start that in the next sprint. Sue, be very careful moving mice like to get in packed boxes. I know. Time to look into getting a cat. My husband's super allergic to cats, so that's not going to work. But yeah, fortunately, in this temporary house, we do not have a lot of things packed in boxes. A lot of our stuff is in the furniture, and then we're going to pack it. And I, in general, as a rule, don't put things on the floor. Um, but yeah, trust and believe we will be shaking everything out and being wild as we pack because I don't want to pack a mouse with us. I really don't. At our new house, there was already a chipmunk outside the garage looking like, hey guys, you moving in? Can I join? And I was like, no, close that garage door. Like, you are not welcome in here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Sphinx and Rex are hyperallergenic. True, true. Yeah, we might have to look into that because the little rodent things are plentiful in this area. Or get a terrier. That's a really good point. I grew up with a Yorkshire Terrier. And yeah, he was a lot. And after that, quite a few people in my family um, became very big fans of terrors. I'm not sure why, because they're kind of crazy. At least the Yorkies are. But there are other types of terriers. So that's a thought. That's a thought. But then that's like pets and ownership, and we're just experiencing freedom and empty nesting. So we might enjoy that for a little while longer. To be to be determined based on how the rodents goes. Olivia listened to 5 chapters and have moved some furniture. I love moving furniture and trying to make space for the books that are your mom's. Nice. Hopefully you're able to do that. And ooh, Didi washed her hair. Good job. Hope it's all going well. Good morning, Lisa. How are you? You're finishing the audio of an Egyptian if an Egyptian does not speak English. Ooh, that sounds interesting. And you're also 50% into Anna Karenina. How are you liking Anna Karenina? How do you like Levin? And Kiana went to Universal Studios. Ooh, fun. Oh, he got discounted tickets? Nice. Love a good, like, family outing day that's discounted. And old coworker of yours from Old Navy was your tram tour guide. That is so fun. I love when things happen like that. In fact, I have one of the best stories. There was, when I was in college, my husband and I met in our Christian fellowship. And I think it was my sophomore year while we were dating. We met a freshman student and we were just, helping introduce him. And we just got to know him. And he was feeling really lonely and didn't know anybody. And so we were all going bowling that night. And this was like a couple semesters into the school year. I mean, a couple semesters, a couple months into the school year. And so we invited him bowling with us and stuff. And then afterwards, we went and watched The Lion King. And both times he was like, this is the weirdest activity for college students to be doing. He was like, this is not what I was expecting. But it was so nice because at the end of the night, he was like, that is the most fun that I've ever had since being in college. And so, we thought we'd see him a lot more often. We never saw him again until a few years later, on our wedding day, my husband and I got into our limo, and the driver turned around to introduce himself, and it was the same guy. And it turned out we felt so bad for this because at first he was like very embarrassed and he was like, no, I noticed you guys when you were coming out, and I wasn't going to say anything because I didn't know if you'd remember me. And he was like, and plus, he was like, this is really awkward because we were like, oh, how'd you end up driving limos? And he said what ended up happening was at not long after we had seen him, because it was near the end of the semester, he decided to drop out of college. And so he didn't go back, but he stayed in the area. But he felt so embarrassed about dropping out of college, even though we mentioned that the group of people that we hung out with, some of them were college students and some weren't. But he said he just felt so embarrassed because it's an Ivy League school we were at that he was like, yeah, I'm doing the not cool thing. I dropped out of the school because I wasn't enjoying it, wasn't doing well. And he's like, and now I'm driving limos. And so he just felt embarrassed and he was like, so I never got back in touch with you guys because I felt like I'd have to admit all of that if, I went there. And he's like, which is stupid, I know. And he was like, and I regret that now. But it was just so much fun because then we got to spend the entire rest of our day like catching up and talking to this guy and reintroducing him to people and da da da. And he said it was just such a nice moment for him because he realized that like it was really himself keeping himself. Anyway, fun stories about running into people. Story time. I'm like so all over the place today, guys. And Sarasha said the stationery shop is amazing. Oh, very emotional. I can imagine that. Yeah. And you picked The Lion Woman of Tehran for book of the month, but haven't gotten to it yet. Ooh, it's good. I really liked it. I really, really enjoyed it. It's also kind of emotional though. Kiana, he gave us some fast passes. Nice. Getting those hookups. Yes. Hello, Carissa. How are you? Good to see you. And Zoe, second getting a terrier, your favorite creatures. They are hilarious. Like they're nothing but a good side, if not, as Sue says, a bit crazy. But sometimes that's like part of the fun is that they're insane. But my only issue with the terriers, at least ours, was super crazy yappy. And we had such a nice, quiet household until we got him. But he brought a lot of fun to the party. But our last dog was a Shih Tzu who was the warmest, sweetest, coziest dog ever, who I trained and she practically never barked. In fact, when my son was a child, if our dog barked, he'd start to cry because he was so not used to her barking that he thought like the world was ending. Because that's usually what it took for her to bark with something really abnormal to be going on. So it always scared the daylights out of him. So I don't know if I'm ready to welcome a terrier back into my life. Angelisa, same here. You don't like putting things on the floor or in cabinets because critters will make a home. I know, especially if something is untouched for too long. Exactly. Yes, yes, yes. And all of that, Jaleesa. I am the same way. I know, like I'm like moving stuff around in the cabinets and drawers here all the time. I'm like, let me just open this drawer a little bit. Haven't done that in half a day, and I can't stand rodents. And Carissa will be starting Slewfoot. Ooh, that's been popular. I've seen that around a lot. And Lisa's enjoying the reread of Anacrinida. Oh, a lot of folks love Levin, but he is a bit exasperating. He is, as always. character. He tends to write characters that you're like, because they're always having like these major, somewhat dramatic, in my opinion, internal conflicts. So, and Levin's definitely one of those like somewhat overly dramatic males. And Zoe says Slewfoot's great. I'm glad everybody's enjoying that one. Visa, yeah, his change in happiness right now. I know what you're talking about. And like, oh, how could you not just love that change for him? And yeah, Yappy does stink. Yeah, your Jack Russell thing is luckily not loud. Oh, playful and snuggly weirdo. Oh, how cute. See, and this was what I was thinking is that I don't know if I'd go back to a Yorkshire, but I would consider a Jack Russell. Also very intense, can be yappy if you're not careful. And but super fun. They're super fun dogs. They're all like so high energy and wired and crazy. I know. Levin. But yeah, like Lemon's like one where there's definitely moments that you're like, come on, guy, like get over yourself. What are you doing? What are you doing? And oops, skip Kiana real quickly. Do I ever find some classics hard to understand? Absolutely. Absolutely. There are some classics that I'm like, is this written in English? Is this written in good English? Like, what is happening? Because, like, especially depending on the time period, some of the sentence structure is super long and, like, you have to kind of wait to get to that period. If you have that issue, Kiana, I would suggest trying listening to it on regular speed, if not slower, on audiobook. Because sometimes then the super long, what would now be considered run on sentences, aren't as distracting. So, all right. Let me see if I can get to the bottom of the comments again. Your dog barks at everything. Yep, I bet. You just need to quit be quite strict and consistent with terriers. Yes, exactly. And you know, honestly, that's true for a lot of dogs that can be yappy. And also the other trick that I learned is to not have let them have access to looking out the window when they're puppies unless you're there and can quickly tell them that that's not allowed. Because apparently that's what happens when we leave our dogs home alone and let them look out the window and do things and just they can just bark all day long. Yappy dog. Your last dog was a Jack Russell, so sweet. I know they do seem sweet. Oh, yours is a Chihuahua. Yes, they can also have that complex. Alicia had a phone call, but also got to page 282. Ooh, wrapping it up. Yep, you're welcome. Hope that helps you. And hello, Jasper. Not specifically reading today, but working on some new goals that started. Nice. And eating breakfast. Well, very good. Well, good luck with all your goals today. And Dee Dee is determined to finish Middlemarch. Oh, I'm glad you found an audiobook you like. I'm not a fan, but good for you. And good morning, Amber Lee. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. All right, let's get back into our sprint so we can all get back to reading. Struggling here to actually bring the screen up. And yeah, sounds like we all have some good reading plans for today. So hopefully we'll all get a lot done in this hour. Happy sprinting. I'll see you in an hour. Well, hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well, and I just got to a very interesting situation that I'm curious how it's going to be resolved. So I am still reading The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, and I have now reached page 154 out of hmm, 260, I think. 263 pages. So I have about 100 pages left to read. So we'll see how much of that I get done by the end of today. And nothing else particularly exciting happened during that sprint, so all is well. So let's see how you guys did. And Amberly had just joined us and was talking to Dee Dee and set down Middle March months ago and really need to get back to it. It's such an easy book to put down and so hard to pick it back up. And Anne is eating popcorn. Ooh, that sounds good. I'm getting kind of hungry. I might have to get on that train. And Dee Dee says to Amberly, couldn't gel with the language sentence structure. Neither could I. She just went on and on. At least you think that was the issue. Probably, but you're also relatively new to reading older classics. Nope, that's probably what the issue was. It's not you. She intentionally wrote in that fashion. And I'm not a fan. In fact, I think the lawnmower people are here. I'm like, what is this truck coming up the driveway? It's the lawnmower people to ride like crazy around the yard for 5 minutes. Anyway, someone had compared her writing style to stream of consciousness. And I definitely think in between the scenes of dialogue that's what happens in Middlemarch. And it's my least favorite writing style. So I think that's why I'm just not a fan of George Eliot. And I could suffer through, but I'm also not a fan of doing that, even though I do it sometimes. Sue's falling asleep, so gonna take a nap, read a couple of chapters, and you'll be back later. Sounds good, Sue. Hope you nap well. And Alicia folded a load of laundry, got to 317 out of 322. Ooh, so close, Alicia. You're definitely gonna finish that. And Amber Lee up to page 463 in Stone Wilder. Nice. Oh, Kiana has to start work. Have a good day, Kiana. And Amberly was enjoying Middle March when you were reading it. You just stopped, and now you cannot keep. And now I keep not starting. Yeah, I feel like that always happens to me with George Eliot because she has moments in like I love her stories. I love the stories she has going. I'm just not a fan of how she tells them. And so I can get really into the story when I'm reading it. But then when I stop, I'm like, I don't want to go back to how she's telling it. So, but it's funny. Some people absolutely love her. Livia, only 1 hour to finish. Nice. And you get your new Kobo color. Ooh, that's fun. And hey, Smitty, how are you? And traveling on Amtrak. Ooh, from the South back to New York City, reading the True Love Experiment. Enjoy your ride. I love a good train ride. And I have been on that train line that goes like all the way from Florida all the way to New York City. So very nice. Did you get a little room? Are you just doing it, the regular seats? Let me know how you like to travel. And Dee Dee doom scrolled a little and started to make some lunch. Ooh, sausage and egg McMuffin, hash browns. That sounds amazing. Yum, yum, yum. I think I'm getting hungry. I had some Blue Diamond Korean barbecue almonds during the end of that sprint, and that was good. But I definitely need lunch, so I'll probably make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with some yogurt and some fruit and all the things. And Jasper's reading a writing craft book. Oh, okay. I don't know why that was hard for me to understand. It's set up like a story. Oh, that uses the method. Oh, that's interesting. That's a really unique way of doing a writing craft book. Okay, uses fable and folktale characters like Baby Bear, Big Bad Wolf. Oh, that sounds so fun. What a fun way to present material. And Denise, still no reading, over 2 hours on the phone taking care of prescription changes for your husband. Ah, what a pain. Need to go to the store and library next sprint. Okay, hopefully we'll get to reading sometime today. I hope so too. But hopefully your errands get done and you get that load off your mind. Jasper, it's really cringy. Oh no. With Baby Bear teaching a writing workshop. But you feel like the cringy story aspect of a craft book that gives it charm. I love how it's cringy and charming all at the same time. I guess the best of both worlds. I don't know. And Dee Dee, yes, you have a Kobo color also. Ooh, but you haven't played around with it yet. Fair, fair. Very nice. I need to check those out. I don't feel like I've ever actually seen one, but I've just heard about them, if that makes any sense. Um, so I'm thinking on this next sprint that I am going to do some stuff around the kitchen. Namely, I don't know why I'm saying stuff. I'm going to make lunch. That's what I'm going to do. And then I'm probably going to try and check the few things off my to-do list. Maybe, but most of them are things that have to be done on my computer. So maybe I'm not going to do those things. I don't know why I chose those things for today. And then I might go for a walk once the yard people are done zooming around because they go so fast, I swear they'd run me over by accident. But that's my plan for the next sprint. And Smitty was saying, you have a room on the Amtrak, love it. It's costly but quieter. It is. And it's such a long ride that I just feel like it's so worth it. And then you have your like, I don't know, it just really ups the experience to a whole nother level. So I can totally understand that. Livia says wants to finish Aragon, but but you want to play with it. Yeah, I know, right? Torn between the two things. Do you play with it? Do you read? What do you do? So I'm going to go ahead and put us back into our next sprint so that we can all keep going and get lots of stuff done. I am tracking how many hours I am reading this week. Just because I'm partially curious and I keep getting asked like how I get so much reading done. And I don't know, other than that, like I have sprints sometimes and that helps a lot. And then I have a lot of discretionary time. And then I use almost all of that to read. So that is my plan. Hello, Christina. Good morning. How are you doing? I hope you're well. And yeah, so that's my plan. I'm gonna have lunch. I'm gonna hopefully get out and go for a walk because my legs could definitely use the stretchy. And then I think while I'm making lunch, I'm gonna try and put Neverwhere on my phone so I have an audiobook to listen to while I'm walking. So yeah, that sounds like all good things to me. And yes, remember to hydrate. And thank you for reminding people to hug the like button rather. I was about to say like the hug button. Wouldn't that be great if there was a hug button? And lots of hellos going around to Christina. Yeah, I think YouTube needs to add a hug button. Like give a hug. I would use that a lot. I think that would be awesome. A nice little feature, right? And Christina trying not to complain about how hot and muggy it is. Oh, you're finally putting in the AC unit. Yay! Very good. Well, hey, you could be like my mom who finally got her AC unit put in just in time for it to cool off. So I guess at least you'll get to use it. But yeah, it's supposed to be like in the mid 90s here for a couple of days this week. So today I think is one of the cooler days. So I'm going to try and enjoy that. And then try and stay inside the rest of the week while it's super hot. And you're going to be working on this printing spreadsheet. Sounds good. And thank you for doing that and all the work you do. Okay. The blonde guy is now like right outside my door and window, which is always kind of awkward. They're very good about not looking in because there's no curtains on these living room windows here. But it's still weird that he's not that close, but it just feels that way. Yeah, because I'm also sure he's probably like, what is she doing? And it's supposed to be bad today and tomorrow, and the rest of the week still high, but not so bad. Okay, so we must be getting your weather like a day or two late because I think our worst days are supposed to be like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Wednesday and Thursday, something like that. and AC safety this summer. Yeah, it's been so hot so many places this summer. I mean, even really the last few summers. So I totally get that. So stay hydrated, guys, so that you can try and not overheat. But I have to say, I am so happy that last week was cool because that was the week where my son was outside all day long with all the other cadets doing all the things. So I'm glad that they had very atypical Virginia summer weather and that it was like in the 70s all week long. So at least nobody that I know of was getting like heat stroke or anything like that. Though they were definitely still hot doing everything they were doing. Anyway, here's our timer. I got it set back up, and I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? Mine went really well. I had lunch and that was delicious because I actually remembered I had some leftover Italian food and some leftover vegetables. So I had some vegetables with chicken Alfredo with mushrooms, and that was delicious. In fact, this weekend, one of the things that we did was we went to a local Italian restaurant. I have to say, guys, that is probably the best Italian food I've had maybe ever. Well, there was Dom's in Boston. That was also incredible. So definitely up there with the best Italian food I've ever had, and certainly the best food I've had in a very long time. And it was delicious, which is saying a lot because it's a very basic dish, but they added their own twist to it. My husband got like their oven baked pizza there, which was also some of the best pizza we've ever had. Anyway, I ate lunch. And then while I was making my lunch and eating it, started Neverwhere by Neil Gaiman. And I got through the first 45 pages in that. I was listening on audiobook and I also went for a walk. So that was really good. But because I really want to get as much done in the Adventures of Huck and Finn as possible, I'm going to go back to listening to Huck Finn, but I will probably continue to listen to Neverwhere for probably like 15 minutes at a time, like as I get up and do stuff around the house. And I'll probably go for another walk later this afternoon. Maybe like every sprint or two, I'll probably try going at least for just a 10-minute walk just to get the blood flowing. I'm really trying to get the swelling out of my legs. Anyway, yeah, that was pretty much it for me. I know on the next sprint, I need to call my husband about the mouse in the car situation and see how we're going to resolve that. And I did mention that to my mom, and she's like, that mouse is out to get you. I think it is. I think it is. Anyway, how did you guys do? Christina was saying that you've used that she was using fans for the summer. So, but you don't think you can handle it today? Yes. Well, I hope that installation happens early and quickly for you, Christina. She's getting a new air conditioner installed, and hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Yes, because it's so hot here. Yep. And hello, Laura. How are you? I am doing well. I hope you are as well. I'm reading The Poisons We Drink. Ooh. Wow, that could have so many meanings. I hope that's a good book for you, Laura. And Shauna, hello. You're just about to go live, but wanted to come and say hi and hit the like button. Try and pop in and out as much as you can. Ah, thanks, Shauna. It's always nice to have you here, and I'll try and swing by your place as well. I say that like we're stopping by each other's houses. So Shauna is also doing sprints. So if you guys want to go and say hi to her, feel free to do that. And then Paula is also stopping by, and Paula will also be sprinting soon. And just finished dinner and now getting ready for your sprints. Wanted to drop in and boop the like. Thank you so much, Paula. Are you playing games today? What are you doing today, Paula? Paula sometimes live stream as she plays games, and at least the ones that I've seen, it's always like soothing games that I'm like, yeah, let's just sit and watch Paula play for a while. I don't know if you're like me, but I enjoy that. And Christina's saying hello to everybody that is popping in, and they're saying hello right back. And Courtney, you got sidetracked. Okay. Oh, you're cleaning. Well, that's good. Sometimes we got to get that done too. And hello, diligent darling. Aloha to you as well. You're going to try and study for a law exam today. Ooh, not fun, but definitely necessary. Well, best of luck on your exam and hope you get lots of good studying in. Is this for the bar exam that you're studying? Like final licensing type of situation? My husband's a lawyer, so I know how you feel. So, or is it just like a class exam? Either way, I hope you do well and succeed. And let me know if there's anything that you would like me to call you other than diligent darling. And Christina says hello to more people. Hello, Jean. How are you? Good afternoon. You couldn't fall asleep last night. Oh, no. Yeah, falling asleep at 6 a.m. would mess up my day as well. Oh, just go out to a movie to reboot your day. Oh, that sounds like a good way to like re-get started, and maybe like the lighting will also like help reset something. So I hope you sleep better tonight. And Dee Dee ate your muffin. Ooh, yay, yum. And Sprint hopped, and we'll be back to reading next sprint, hopefully. Well, I hope so too for you. And Livia says hello to everybody who's been swinging in and swinging by. Alicia finished All Together Dead. Ooh, ate a bagel with cream cheese and starting to read Becoming by Michelle Obama. And you'll read today's pages before you switch to Ugly Love. Very nice. And that, by the way, Alicia, is a really good audiobook, which is narrated by Michelle Obama, who has a great voice. So, hmm, sorry, I'm getting a text from my son. Yeah, he's got to return his books to the bookstore. Um, yeah, because he switched classes. Anyway, so he was going to take Chinese. That was like his third choice language. He switched it back to Spanish, which is what he wanted, but he's not going to be able to take Spanish till last next year. But it meant he got to take an extra history class this year. So he is about to live his best academic life because that was like the best news ever for him. But not good news for me because he needs to return the textbooks that he bought in for Chinese, and I don't think he knows where the receipt is. Um, So now he's asking me to help, which I'm like, yeah, I want to help you with this problem because that's an expensive problem. Anyway, let's just keep going and pretend it's going to resolve itself. And hello, craft design, edit, sleep, repeat. How are you? And it's going with Huck Fed. I don't hate it. There's definitely things in it I don't like, but I'm reserving my thoughts until the end, which I've heard may or may not help me out into my thoughts on it. But I'm going to have a lot of thoughts and feedback on it. But I mean, it reads smoothly, but there's definitely some things that are difficult to read as a modern day reader. And there's parts of it that, like, I really question whether or not I agree with his approach as an author and whether he was as unbiased as he thinks he is, because it certainly doesn't come across that way. Anyway, let me know what you're up to in reading today, and let me know if there is something else you would like me to call you other than your tag name, which is not what it's called. I can't think of what it's called, but you know what I'm talking about. Laura says hello to Livia. Amber, we got to chapter 10, page 485, and 150 pages left. Nice. And Patty, hi, good sprint. Did you walking on the treadmill while reading Beto Nightmare? Ooh, angsty, meandering lit fit, but funny. Okay, well, good. Well, glad you're enjoying it, Patty. Nice to have you. And Alicia will be back. Have to pick up the little ones. Oh, yes, it's already time for that, isn't it? Oh my gosh, where's the day going? And Olivia's going to read Neverwhere too. Very nice. After dinner. Very good. Are you going to go to the bookworm book club discussion of it? That must be this weekend. I think it's on the 29th. And Jean, Neverwhere wasn't your favorite. Okay. There is a BBC TV series on it. Okay. And see it once I'm done. Sounds good. And I feel like that's a good thing, though, if it wasn't your favorite, because I'm liking it pretty far. So far. So if it wasn't your favorite, I'm hoping that means that there's others of him that I will like even better. And which one was your favorite, Jean? And Diana's now listening to Oreo. Oh, do let me know what you think of that book. And I didn't think about the fact that there would be an audiobook of it. I almost feel like that would be easier than reading the book because the book is, let me tell you, that story is all over the place. But the longer you read, the more you get into her situation. And if you get lost, think of it as a whole bunch of vignettes where, like, the headings, I don't know how they do it in the audiobook, but in the book, there are headings to different, each like little mini event that happened. The headings clarify everything that's about to happen. And it's like just little vignettes and events that happen, because if you try to string it together as all one story, you kind of like, what is happening? You'll feel like that anyway, but it helps some. And oh my gosh, Neverwhere is your current physical read and you're enjoying the humor. I am enjoying the humor as well. I love that it's very subtle, but like there kind of continuously. Like, and oh my gosh, Jessica is a piece of work, to say the least. And are you going to be participating in the book club discussion? It's not my book club. It's being hosted by Alex at Frank Fiction and Kat at Kat's Novel Adventure. So let me know. Yeah. Well, see, Jean, what happened was we found a mouse in the house one day. And we were like, where did you come from? And we set a trap and we never saw the mouse or any signs of it ever again. So I'm guessing it went back outside where it belonged. And then we were out of town for the weekend. And when we came back, my husband drove one of our cars that we haven't been driving as often. And he came home and said, weird, the check engine light came on. Well, the dealer called today and was like, yeah, a mouse chewed through the cable. Fortunately, not to our brakes, but it chewed on the fuel line. So $600 repair later. Yeah, that's the mouse was outside and got into the under the hood of our car. It's sabotaging us. It wants us to leave. This could be some like Stephen King novel gone weird. And there's the link to Shauna's stream if you want to stop and say hi. Turns out the movie you want to see isn't on until 5 p.m. Yeah, that's a bummer. But again, the like low lighting might help you start to feel tired at a normal time and get you like back on track. And Livia has 10 minutes left of Aragon. You really liked it. Another series to add to all the ones you started this year. Yeah, I mean, what's just one more series? But I'm glad you're enjoying it. And I'm surprised you didn't weren't like, I'm just gonna listen to this. And you gotta reward yourself with trivia. Yes, absolutely. And there's links to Paula's stream, which starts in 2 minutes. And Christina's still working on the spreadsheet. And Laura, oh, trivia games tonight. Yes, missed the last couple of weeks, so need to get your brain working again. There you go. So if you want some good reading break and to do some fun trivia, Paul is your girl. And Christina says hi to Jean, Dee, and Laura's and hellos going all over the place. Ooh, and Denise walked in from the store in the library. Very nice. Hope we didn't scare you. And hello. No, I'm sure Paula is not sick of you, Laura. And more hellos going on. And Neva, was Neva here? Did I miss that? Where's Neva? Or is Neva one of the, well, no, you're Lisa, so the one who has strong opinions about Tom Sawyer. Oh, got you. Okay, I'm making all the connections now. Yes, I remember you commenting on hating Tom Sawyer at the end of this book. I am watching for that now. So thank you for letting me know, Lisa. And hellos going around to Paula. Everybody saying hi and sharing the love. And Gail just started by another name. Okay, you started it and you love it. Oh, and you wish it was a faster read. Okay, yeah. And two times lines. Wait, two timelines, 2013. Two timelines. I don't know why I was making both those words plural. Two timelines, 2013 and 1581 with a bit of genealogy. Ooh, that's an interesting twist on that idea. This sounds so good. Okay, let me know if you continue to like it, Gail, because it sounds very fascinating. Okay, and it's for the book club. Awesome. And yeah, never. See, I knew. And Diana found it was free if you have a membership. Oh, okay. But I wonder if I could get it from the library or something, or even get it from Project Gutenberg. I don't know if it's old enough to be in the public domain. Hello, Teresa. How are you? It was a busy weekend. You're tired from your busy weekend. Well, I hope it was a fun, busy weekend and reading the same things as last week. Fair. Mice can be destructive, and yes, squirrels can as well, and chipmunks in a very different way. But yeah, that was why I was kind of surprised when I told the landlord that we found a mouse, that she was just like, oh, whatever, set a trap. I'd have been like, where, why, how, who, what? Because that was my first thought is it may have come in through the front door, but if it didn't, and especially because we haven't found it and it's not smelling, which means it's still alive somewhere, like where? And what is it doing? Because it definitely didn't open the door and let itself back out, at least not the front door. And Jean, Graveyard Book and American Gods. Okay, I have American Gods and Good Omens are some of your favorite, and The Ocean at the End of the Lane top tier. I have heard amazing things about The Ocean at the End of the Lane. And I want to read American Gods. I tried Good Omens, like the very start of it, and just something about it just made me think, "Ah, I don't know if this is going to be for me." And so I unhauled it and may pick it up from the library at some point. We'll see. I needed space. It was time for it to go. Oh, you're Heather. Okay. And the law exam is for a pharmacist licensure. Ooh, wow. And you have previously passed three other states, moved to another state. Oh, so you have to take another exam. Oh, that always stinks. Yeah, because the laws change from state to state, and then you have to do their state laws. Okay. Well, you've passed it three other times. I am confident you can do it again, Heather. So best of luck, and we'll get back to our sprint in just a moment so you can start studying. And Smitty, a squirrel chewed through the wires of your car before. Yeah, see? And some strange animal. The animal could not be identified as it was still in your car when you took it to the shop. What? That's crazy. You see my face? I'm like, what? Yes, you guys are Sims forever. And sorry you misspelled. It's okay. And Lisa's not a fan of English humor in movies and books. Oh, you're that's not what you said. I was gonna be like, "Really? That's really interesting." But you are a fan. You are a fan of English humor in movies and books. I am as well. And Jean's reading The Namesake. Ooh, good one. Loving it on chapter 3. And yeah, I that is a book that I want to read. It sounds really interesting, and I know a lot of people really enjoy it. She sounds like says it like it's a normal thing. And if you find where the mouse came in, fill the hole with steel wool. Yeah, I have heard that. See, the problem is it was under the oven. I'm pretty sure it came in from behind the oven, and they're just not interested in doing anything about it. So I'm like, well, I'm not pulling your oven out and searching for it, especially since I'm not still seeing signs of it. So I've let them know, and they opted not to do anything. They were like, oh, just set out a couple of traps. And I did. And you had a mouse in your car once and you set a live trap and caught him within the week. Yeah, see, this is why it concerns me because I even asked the guy at the local hardware store, like, which trap he felt like worked the best, what he used in it, got lots of advice. It was a local hardware store, not a big box one where no one seems to know anything about hardware. They were very informative, and he helped me pick out one, and told me the peanut butter trick, and da da da. And I've not seen hide nor hair of this mess. And Oreo was written in 1974, so you wouldn't think so. Yeah, yeah, that was my guess too, is that it's not in the public domain. Yeah, because I was like, it's not that old a book. So as soon as I said that, I was like, yeah, no, it's probably not on Project Gutenberg. But I wonder if I can get it from the library. Anyway, all right, we've reached the end of the comments, none too soon. My dad just called, so I'm probably going to spend the first couple of minutes of this sprint calling my husband about the car and then talking to my dad. Hopefully that won't take the whole sprint for me, but I guess we'll find out. So anyway, let me get our timer back up here, and then I also have to figure out my son and his book and the receipt and all that jazz. So yeah, pray for me that I find that receipt because otherwise he's just going to be able to sell them back as used, which I feel like is so wrong. I'm like, he just bought these new. Anyway, we'll see how that goes. So I'll just let this wind down. You'll hear it chime, and then it'll go straight back into our hour. So you get an extra few seconds. Oh, I muted myself too soon. I'll see you guys after the break. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello, welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? Mine went well. I did end up spending most of that sprint on the phone. I had a conversation with my dad, and then I had to talk to my husband about our car, and then I had to call the car mechanic and let him know what we were doing, which was giving them all our money. And then I did get to a few more pages in the adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Um, and I do mean a few, like probably only 3 or 4 at the end. So that sprint really went pretty quick for me. I'm getting kind of hungry, so I think on this next sprint, maybe I'll make myself a little tea, like tea and some little tea snacks to go with it, or at least a little cheese plate. We'll see. But that's going to be my plan for the next sprint. So I'll probably listen to some more of Neverwhere at the beginning of that while I do that, and I may get some cleaning done around the house while I listen to Neverwhere as well. We'll see what I end up doing with that. But that's my plan for the next sprint. And let's see how you guys did on this last sprint. And let's see. Jean says, the colder it gets, the more mice you might. It's funny you say that, Jean, because my dad was saying the same thing. He was like, yeah, you might have more problems with mice in your car and da 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 as it gets colder. And I was like, so true. And we won't be in this location by then. We're going to a less country area in the next 30 days. So, like, we're still going to be in the same part of the world, but we're just moving to a different part of town that's more residential. So hopefully fewer mice, and hopefully we take no mice with us. That's the hope and the plan, at least. But yeah, no more mice. And Smitty parked at the same spot and work every day, and the animals had built a nest. Didn't know until smoke came out of your car. Oh no. Not good. Not good. Yeah, my dad was asking me that. He was like, did they find a cooked mouse? And I was like, no, I think it climbed up, chewed a few things, and left. So, alas. And Sue is back. Hello, Sue. I hope you had a good nap. Took a short nap, helped hubby with some more stuff, and finally getting some reading in. Well, very good. I'm glad. And you came in during that sprint, so hopefully you got to read during part of it. And Alicia just got back from picking up the kiddos. Good timing. And hello, Brennan. You read 21 pages. Very nice. What are you reading today? And Courtney is cleaning and listening. What are you listening to, Courtney? I don't think you told us earlier. So I'm going to be probably joining the cleaning and listening page. And Sue read a story in the Garbagus book. How are you liking that book? I did find it on Amazon. And now you're working on a jigsaw puzzle of a vineyard. Ooh, that sounds nice. And Olivia finished. Yay! And hopped around on sprints. Oh, I need to do that too. And had dinner and just posted on your Bookstagram. Yay! Oh, you got all the things done. So fun sprint for you. Hello, Made with Books. How are you? Just joining in. Hope to read a bit in the next sprint and get ready for bed. Sounds good. I hope you had a great day. What are you going to be reading this evening? And Amber Lee got up to 510. Ooh, yeah, maybe you will finish today. Ooh, everybody's finishing some good books. Sprints are always nice for that. And Anne got dressed and supposed to go to a candidate forum for mayor. Ooh, yeah, important stuff. Not sure about going. Okay, fair. I'm really tired. Yeah, that would make me really tired as well. So I could see that. So hopefully that works out well for you, and I hope you get to go. And you know what? I'm just realizing that 2 people came on the same time and you both shared my name. And you're Lisa, right? I should have written this down because one was Lisa and one was Heather, but I think you were Lisa. And you ended up taking a nap as well. Oh, yes, nice nap sprints. Love it. Hello, Sherry. How are you? Working and listening to All the Broken Girls. Ooh, interesting. I always envy you guys who can like actually do work and listen to an audiobook. I can do one or the other. If I do them at the same time, they're both going at the same time, but one of them is definitely not actually being tended to. And Brenna finished a Doctor Who book. Oh, you've been in such a reading slump. Did it help? Maybe, hopefully. Oh, I can't stand reading slumps. Those are so bad. Yeah, I usually have to go on to Storygraph and literally have it filter by exactly what my mood is. Like, I want fast paced, I want it this long, I want it in this genre. And sometimes that actually works out pretty well. And Denise, you were going to get some reading, but you forgot a phone appointment. Ah, darn. And then your sister called. Nice. Maybe next sprint. Yes. Unless your husband's physical therapist shows up, in case maybe not. Expected between 3 and 5. Okay, let's hope it's for 5 for you. So then you get like a little reading done before they come, right? And Sue's enjoying the anthology. Nice. Some of the stories are better than others. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. I guess it probably varies also depending on people's like definition of what they think of when they think of Garbagus. Like I would want the topic to be garbage, but not necessarily the writing, if that makes sense. That's what I think I would prefer. And maybe with books, "Oh, no, you were sick. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better." And read more of the Tea Dragon Festival. It's really cozy. Yes, that's the one with the really cute graphics, right? That just looks cozy and cute and like everything nice. And okay, yes, and you were the one that was Lisa. Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm going to star that. So if I'm in doubt during the rest of the sprint, I can look and check. And the Dragon Society series is so cute. Oh, 5 stars for you. Oh, it does seem cute. And Gail's about 10% into the Judy Picoult. Okay, and you're loving it. You're loving the 2 timelines. Ooh, need to get back to some real life stuff. So night might not be on again. And you'll be on Saturday reading a book from your birth year. Yay. Okay. If we don't see you anymore, have a wonderful rest of your afternoon, Gail. And if you like the 2 timeline thing, I highly recommend Cloud Cuckoo Land by Anthony Doerr. He does an interchange of things happening during 3 different time periods, and I love that book. So I'm definitely going to be checking out this Judy Picoult book because I'm a big fan of that sort of, um, I was about to call it a trek trope. Anyway, wow, this day is turning into something else, that's for sure. But I hope you have a good rest of your day, Gail. Okay, that is the last comment that I can see. So I'm going to go ahead and throw us back into the sprint so that I can get up, walk around, make myself a little snack. I'm going to get my little earbuds and stuff ready to go so I can listen to some more Neil Gaiman because I was quite enjoying that. But I do really want to put a lot of work in on Huck Finn. So I'm getting tangled up here. So I don't think I'll listen to Neverwhere the entire sprint, probably just for the first like 15, 20 minutes of it. Because for some reason I felt like I needed to give you guys a play by play of what I'm doing during the sprint. Don't ask me why, because I wouldn't be able to tell you. All right. So that was a good short break. Let's get back to it, and I'll see you guys all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Welcome back. How was that sprint for everyone? Mine was really good. I think I pretty much was able to spend the whole sprint reading. I did read or listen to a little bit more in Neverwhere while I ate my snack. And then I spent the vast majority of the rest of the time continuing to read in The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. I am now on page 180 out of, I think, 260. So that's good. I've read about 90 pages so far today um, in this book. I don't know that I'm going to get the last 80 pages done. It's already 4 o'clock. I don't know. We'll see, but I'm doubting it because usually one of the evenings sprints I spend cooking dinner and eating it. So that's already an hour gone, and it gets a little shenanigan-y in the evening around here, and there's definitely times where I don't get to read. Also, I'm definitely thinking I'm gonna be spending this next sprint walking, so that means I will probably be listening to Neverwhere for the vast majority of the next hour, because I'll probably be walking and cleaning some around the house. Not too much cleaning has to happen because we did clean quite a bit this weekend, but I'll definitely be checking to see if there's anything we missed. And yeah, that is my plans for the next hour or so. And then, yeah, that'll bring us to about 5 o'clock. So I'll probably be able to get one more session of reading The Adventures of Huck Finn, and then I'll need to make dinner. And I mentioned my son was having to return his books. He was able to return his books, but the only thing that happened was they just credited it to his bookstore account instead of refunding him the money, which was fine because he's in his freshman year, first semester. He's going to have plenty of other things to buy from the campus bookstore, including books. So I was fine with that. At least they gave him all the money back. Anyway, let's see how everybody else was doing when we were leaving off. Gail was heading out, and you're welcome for the recommendation and hopefully has a great day. And I'll be seeing her Saturday. If you don't know, this upcoming Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., I am hosting reading sprints again. This time I am hosting them for the year of your birth read along, where I will be on there. I will have a book that I am reading that was published in the year that I was born, as well as a couple of other books that are on my TBR that were published in the year that I was born. And you are welcome to bring a book that was published in the year that you were born in. And we're all going to share our titles and just have a good time. And this came up because Criminali mentioned that he was doing I think it's called my Reading Life Challenge, where you read a book that was published in every year since you were born. And so we thought this was a fun way for people to come up with book ideas that might fit that. I'm not necessarily going to do that challenge because it also requires you to read the books in publishing order and blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to use this as an opportunity to come up with 50 before 50 books. And I'm going to try and do one book from each of the 50 years that I'll have been alive. So we'll see if I get a total list from that. But I figure it'll be a fun way to get some book ideas. So kind of similarly doing the challenge, but not doing the actual challenge. But anyway, that's this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. if you want to join me for that. Or if you just want to come and do reading sprints on Saturday. And hello, Jamie. How are you? You're starting 3 books this afternoon. Wicked, nice. The Good Earth. Oh, really nice. And The Nightingale. Ooh, wow. You've got some good choices there. So let's see. Wicked, that's by something, I can't think of his name. I knew The Good Earth is Pearl Buck and The Nightingale is Kristen Hanna. I don't know why I can't think of the guy's name for Wicked, but all good books. So I hope you enjoy them all. And hello, Hannah, how are you? Hello, I know you haven't been around lately, but you're hopping in today. Well, thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. And thanks for saying hi, and you're getting some studying done. Oh, nice. Well, hopefully we'll be able to get some studying done with us. And thanks for stopping by. And I am doing well, thank you. And Sue had some ramen, put away Amazon order, and listened to a chapter in two parts sugar, one part murder. Nice. And Brennan read a little and now heading to the store for dinner stuff. All right, safe trip to the store. Let us know what you're making for dinner. And Zoe, have D&D. Ooh, fun. But really want to read. That's always what happens, I know. You get stuck in a good book and then you have to go do some other fun thing, but you're like, "I'm not ready to switch yet." Well, have fun at D&D. Hello, Metzley, how are you? I'm doing well. I hope you are too. Oh, yeah, because your class has started, right? You just got home and you'll be reading, The Stranger by Albert Camus. Nice. I hope you enjoy. Let me know what you think about it. I've heard really good things about that. And Hannah finished out learning objective number 5. Yay! Very good. And hello, John. How are you? It has been a while. Yes. And you're reading Crooked Kingdom. Nice. Crooked Kingdom. Whose series is that? I feel like I can picture it, but I can't think whose it is. But wow, yeah, people I haven't seen in a while. Well, welcome back, John. It's good to see you. Nice to have you here. I say see you. You guys can see me. I can't ever see you, but you know what I mean. And Courtney, a sprint where you can read the whole time is clutch. Yes, it is. Yes. So I'm hoping that means you got a lot of good reading in. And yeah. And I don't know why, Courtney, probably because you read all the good memoirs. Are you excited about Lovely One, Justice Katanji Brown Jackson's memoir coming out next month? I am. I'm not kidding me. Then Amber Lee ate some tacos and read to page 526. Nicely done. Alicia made it to chapter 3, page 31 of Becoming. You have the audiobook at 2.6 speed and it still seems slow for you. You switched to Ugly Love and read the first chapter. Yeah, yeah, Alicia, I remember also being able to put that audiobook on pretty high speed for me. Um, I don't know why that was. I think because she talks at very conversational pace in the book, which I liked, but I also was like, why doesn't it go past 2? Because it didn't go past 2 on my phone. And Denise read 5 chapters. Wow, on page 31. Not sure what you think yet. Okay, fair. Okay, keep reading. Let me know. Olivia, setting up your Kobo. Nice. Next sprint, you'll read Neverwhere. I'm really liking it, Olivia. I think you'll like it as well. I'm liking it a lot, like even more than I thought I would. Like I'm really enjoying his writing. So I can see why he's so popular. And Christina, are we hydrating? Oh, good point. I'm not, but I will. And Lisa has now read 20 pages over the minimum required for the day in trust. Nice. Ooh, in trust. How are you liking it? And you made it past the story you weren't enjoying. Oh, that's always that's always a good feeling. That's even like better than like going past your minimum that you're trying to do each day. So yay. Maybe that's why you were able to do that because you got past like the okay, yeah. And Metzley's so ready for the birth along. Yes, me too. Me too. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah. And Denise, need to find a book from 1962. Okay, you did this prompt earlier this year, and you read Travels with Charlie by John Steinbeck. Ooh, I don't know about that one, but very cool. Yeah. So now you have to find a different book. And Made with Books, finish your book and heading to bed. Good night. Have a good evening, and thanks for stopping by. And it's the second book. Okay, in the Six of Crows. Okay. I was like, I know that means you're enjoying the series. And hi, Jessica. Good morning. How are you? Reading The Witching Hour, and coffee is slowly starting to kick in. I know that feeling, like not fast enough. And Lisa, first story, okay, and you enjoyed, and the second one was a real challenge. Are they interconnected stories? I feel like for some reason I didn't realize it was made up of stories. So that's interesting. Okay. And yeah, that can be challenging if not all are, equal favorites. And Alicia can go up to 3 times speed. Wow. But you're thinking this may just be a listen to it and not follow along with the book. Okay. Yeah. I can get that. Yeah. Cause I had the same issue with Neverwhere. Like for a while, I was just listening to it. And then at the end of one of those sprints, I had a couple of minutes left and I was like, oh, I'll just keep listening to the book. But I had to bump it like way higher so that I could like read it along with the listening. And then I eventually just stopped listening to audio and finished the chapter reading it because I was like, the audiobook is slowing me down. And Jessica, for your birth along, you're going to read Needful Things. Ooh, a Stephen King pick. Nice. And Lisa, yes, in some ways the stories are connected. Okay, but different characters. Interesting. I don't feel like I've heard anybody mention that about trust. But maybe they have, and I just wasn't paying attention. And what is my favorite book for this year? Yours is Red Queen. Ooh, I've heard a lot about that one. For this year so far, there are 2, but I'll say the one that's coming to mind since for some reason I can't think what the other one was, so clearly it's beat out. But right now it would actually be The Phantom Tollbooth, which is kind of a surprise to me given that it's middle grade. So, yeah. So if you haven't read it, I would highly recommend it, even if you don't normally read middle grade. It is a fantastic book. And I've heard really good things about Red Queen as well, so I might need to add that to my TBR. And Jamie finished 3 chapters in Nightingale, nice, and getting ready to head to the gym with your sister. Well, have a good time. And next sprint is a gym sprint. Yeah, I guess so. Sprint at the gym. You can still listen to your audiobooks there, so that would work. And Lydia's saying hello to everyone, and hellos back from Jessica. All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into this next sprint. I'm looking forward to getting up and walking around. Today, like I said, is supposed to be hot, and my computer's saying it's 90 outside. Oh, so is my phone. Okay, this might be a very short walk, like up and down the street, just in the shade really quickly. But maybe what I'll do is I'll go for 2 short walks outside with a cool down in between. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm going to go back to my audiobook for this sprint so that I can do my walking. And yeah, hopefully you guys will have a good time during the sprint yourself with whatever you're doing. And yeah, and then the sprint after this, I'll have a little downtime before I cook dinner. So that'll work well for me. So let me get this up for us. I realized I was talking and not actually working on putting the timer up on the screen. All right, and I'll go ahead and skip us into that, and I'll see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? Mine was good. I did go for a walk, but I just went for one medium length walk, I guess, just out in front. It is pretty hot out there, so I'll probably try and go for a walk again after dinner. But that's nice because I think this is actually working pretty well for me, is spreading my walks out. So I did continue to listen to the audiobook of Neverwhere, and I got to page 82. And yeah, this book is actually going along really fast as an audiobook. And I have the feeling that when I get a chance, if I sit down to read it, it's going to go even faster. So I guess I'm really not surprised because it's mass market paperback and it's pretty small for one. So it's probably not actually very long book in trade paperback size. And then I really do want to try and finish up as much of Huckleberry Finn today as possible, if not finish it. So I kept reading in here. I am now on page 198. So I have about 70 pages left to go in this now, which it's taking me about twice as long to read as the number of pages. So I could potentially finish this tonight in 2 or 3 more hours of reading. I don't know. It sounds like a lot when I say it like that. But it's 5:30 now. I am probably going to start getting some parts of dinner ready now and then finish making it before the sprint is up. So I'll probably go back to listening to Neverwhere for most, if not all, of this sprint. And yeah, and then I'll probably be eating dinner at the beginning of the next sprint. So those are my plans again. Let's see how you all did with this sprint and how things were going for you. When we left off, people were saying hello to each other. And Lisa was heading out and wished us a good rest of the sprint. And I said goodbye to Lisa. And Chrisita said good morning to Jessica, except I can't get the comment to show. There you go. And John was saying Red Queen is the Game of Thrones meets X-Men. Oh, yes. Okay, did you tell me that before a long time ago, John, when you were reading it? Because that description seems very familiar, and I feel like for sure there weren't multiple people who told me that description. So yes, I remember you saying this about it, and that very much intriguing me. So thank you for repeating that if you did. And good morning, Heather. How are you? Popping for in for your train ride to work. I hope you have a great day at work today. And yeah, I hope you had a great weekend. And Teresa, Saturday, you will be an hour or two late, but your husband may join. Oh, nice. You always have to think 9 your time is 8 year, nine my time is 8 your time. It's not what it says, but that's what you mean when I say it. Yeah, well, very good. Well, I hope you have a good morning and start and can definitely join us later. And you're still trying to decide between three books, okay? A middle grade audio, an Agatha Christie, or a suspense called Silver Hill. Ooh, interesting. Well, I'm sure you'll get to probably at least your audiobook and one other book, so that sounds good. And these were for 1967. Okay. And today you're listening still to the Mysterious Benedict Society. Very nice. I know you've been enjoying that. Which book are you on? Are you still on the first book? Because I know the books are pretty chunky, or are you like somewhere into the series? And Sue listened to 2 chapters in your audiobook, and now you're back to your jigsaw puzzle for a bit. Nice. And John, page 78, still good. Big action set pieces happening. Pardon your movie speak. No problem. Hey, some books honestly feel like movies. Like the way this book reads, I'm not surprised that they turned it into a TV series because there's parts of it that feel kind of like a movie to me, just in the way it's written. Like not like a script, but just like how you would read and see things happen in a movie. Brennan read 10 pages in the last 17 minutes. Exciting. Yeah, and it is a nice walk. It's pretty shady on the street in front of us, at least parts of it, and usually one part of it at least is shady. So that's nice. And even though it's in the 90s, it's not crazy humid here. even though my computer is now telling me it is very hot outside and has fireballs dripping from the number. Like it's volcano level hot. I think it's what it's trying to tell me. It does not feel that hot out here. It's sunny, it's in the low 90s, but it's not super humid, so it's okay. Amberly moved around a bit and read to page 552, about 80 pages to go. Nice. We're all like closing in on the end of our books. And Metzley read 30 pages of the book, and you're only 40 pages away from finishing. Nice. Yeah, we're all making good progress today. Denise read 30 pages on page 61. Yeah. Alicia started cooking chicken rice bowls for dinner. Yum. And made it to page 50 of Ugly Love. Good job. And Livia sprint hopped and on page 26 of Neverwhere. How are you liking it so far? I feel like even the beginning of the book was pretty interesting. And I need to remember to sprint hop. So hopefully I'll remember to do that and go say hi to people. And hello, Julia. You're trying to finish the historical murder mystery before your loan from the library experience expires tomorrow. Nothing like the library about to take your book back, right? Well, hello, hello. Nice to have you here and welcome. And I hope you're enjoying it. A historical murder mystery sounds exciting. And John was talking about Maximum Ride back then. Oh, okay. You're on book 3 of that series. Okay, fair, fair, fair. Sounds good. And oh, and it accidentally repeated your thing. That happens sometimes. And yes, still the first one. Okay, you're also still chugging along with the Shell Seekers, moving a little better, but still not your favorite. Okay, I was going to ask you what you thought, but yeah, it sounds like the Shell Seekers is going a little slowly. And, oh, the weather where you are is mild. Ooh, nice. Yeah, where did the summer go? That's a good question. Yeah, I know that, we had a little bit of fake fall last week, and now it's hot again, and then towards the end of this week, it'll start cooling down a bit. And Olivia, it started as a TV show. Oh, okay, and then he wanted to write the book. Okay, okay. That also makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because there is definitely like a TV kind of movie feel to it. So that makes even more sense. And I'm glad you're liking it, Lydia. And Denise trying to decide if you should DNF. Oh, it's so boring. But it's reading really quick. Oh, and it only has 220 pages. Oh, that's a tough one. Finish it, finish it, finish it. Like, it's so well, I don't know. What are you reading again, Denise? For some reason, I can't remember. But that's yeah, that's a tough one. I hate when that happens when you're like, "This is so boring, but I'm almost done." Is there an audiobook? Can you put it on, like, super fast and, like, do something else while you finish it? Oh gosh, immensely. It's not that big of a book. It only has 120 pages or so. Nice. Sometimes that's like a good like refresher. And it's super hot where you are. Oh, not going to cool back down to the weekend. Same here. Like we're gonna go up and then not down until the weekend. And Metzley, don't know how to describe it. It's calm, but somewhat fast. It's a lot of existentialism. Ooh. Well, if you like that, Metzley, you might also like Oblomov. There's a lot of like existential crisis going on in here, and I'm really enjoying it. And the Shell Seekers was not Denise's favorite either. Oh, interesting. The Red Queen was a 4.5-star book for you. Okay, yeah. No, I hope I'll like it too. I need to make sure that it is still on my TBR. Because I know it was at one point, and then I occasionally go and clear out my TBR, and I go, "Why did I put this on here?" So I think I'm gonna put a tag on there that says, "Recommended by John." Is this is the Victoria Aveyard one, right? Is that the right one? Because I feel like there's multiple Red Queen ones. Let me know if that's the right Red Queen. Because I feel like there was another Red Queen. And Sipsworth. Huh. I don't know that one. And Denise Teresa wants to know if you have a favorite of hers. Okay, that was the correct one. Okay, thank you, John. No, because you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I keep getting the Red Queen confused by another one, Red Sister. That's what I keep getting it confused with, and that one is still on my TBR, and I don't think I've ever added this one, um, because I keep thinking it's the other book. So, okay, there. Now it's added to my TBR, and I've mentioned that it was recommended by you, so then I won't delete it and go, "Why did I put this book on here?" And hello, Kay. How are you? Good evening to you as well. I am doing well, thank you. Oh, you're reading A Discovery of Wizards? Okay. Oh, not doing well. But reading is important, and hopefully it's helping you get through those not well moments. I'm so sorry, Kay. I know it's been a rough year for you. And Metzley, same with the hot weather. You guys are making me hot talking about the hot weather. Plus, like the sun's coming this way, so I'm now getting warm. This whole side of the house is getting warm. Your woody, your uni is in a wooded area. Oh, you like it because the wind is cold and fresh. But when the sun is the only thing hitting you, yeah, yeah. But no, that is nice about wooded things and wooded areas is they do stay cooler with that tree coverage. Okay, and Denise has it ready by her discovery of witches. Okay, yeah, I was like, "Oh, is that the sequel?" I was just going with it, Kay. I thought it was the sequel to Discovery of Witches, and I was like, "I'm surprised I haven't heard more people talk about that." And Teresa does like her writing, but not your kind of story. That's fair. All right. Well, I think we'll get back into our sprints. I couldn't think of the word. And Metzley says, today we have lots of outdoor activities. We have to make friends with the new ones. Oh, and I'm pretty sure you have sunburn on your back. Oh, no, not nice. Oh, put some aloe on that if you have it. Yeah, but yeah, yeah. Make sure you guys use sunscreen because it can get pretty bad out there. Anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and get back into our sprints and keep that going. I'm going to put on Neverwhere so that I can go and at least figure out what we're having for dinner and probably at least prep the salad and prep everything else so that when hubby gets home, I was about to say, throw that in the shower. That would be a horrible dinner. So that I can then throw it in the oven and get that all cooked up. So let me get our timer going. Words are eluding me here. It is definitely getting warm. I don't know why the air hasn't kicked back on yet, but man, I love a good ceiling fan, and this would definitely be a moment where I would be turning it on right now. All right, there we go. There is our hour timer. I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. Sorry, I was getting carried away. I was sitting here lying on the couch like la la la. And I was like, oh, so here we are back. So I cooked dinner. It's all ready. And I'm just waiting for hubby to get home to heat up the last of the rice. And we're going to be having fish with green beans, salad, and some leftover Puerto Rican rice we have. So that should all be delicious. So I'll probably be eating that in the first bit of the next sprint. Um, while I was cooking, I did listen to some more in Neverwhere. So I am now on page 92 in there. And then I did also read some more in The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. And I am now on page 216 out of 263. So I do feel like I am definitely going to finish this book tonight. I don't know whether or not I will finish it on the sprints tonight. We have two more sprints, but like I said, at least part of one will be spent eating dinner and probably talking to hubby when he gets home. So I'll probably only have one full sprint left that I'm spending reading The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. So I don't think that will be enough time because I'm pretty sure I need two sprints to finish. So we'll see how I end up doing, but let me know how you guys did during this last sprint. Let me see where we left off. Metzley was saying, she's going to do it. She's going to put on the sunscreen. Oh, but your shirt was torn. And what are the activities? Oh, yeah, there's nothing you can do about that then. Oh, well, hopefully it's not too badly sunburned. I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully you also had a lot of fun. And Teresa, did anyone see the Seinfeld episode where Kramer washed all his food while he took a shower? I have not. Sounds hilarious, though. And hello, Mary. How are you? You're reading a book that was on NetGalley, Chinook Crew Chick. Hmm. Okay. Hope you enjoyed it or are enjoying it. Hey, Rita, how are you? Hi, and smoochies to you as well. Oh no, a frazzled day turned into a recovery and relaxation day. Well, that's good. At least it got to the recovery and relaxation, and hopefully that part's going well. And bye, Courtney. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you got lots done today. And Alicia will be back. Oh, it's Scouts night. That's right. Okay, well, we'll probably see you before the end. And Brennan has to go. All right, see you later as well, Brennan. Oh, people got busy stuff going on a Monday night. And Julia, stuff got real in your book. Oh no, Soviet spies on a car driving off a cliff. You're not kidding. There's a lot going on in your book all of a sudden. I mean, I guess you did say what, that it was like a historical mystery murder or something like that. And Denise made dinner and read 13 pages on page 74, and it's just okay. Oh, you're like halfway there, right? Because I think you said it was like 220 pages. You're almost there. Sue listened to two long chapters and back at your puzzle. Okay, good. And you're 4 pages away. Oh my gosh, Bethany, you're so close. Okay, next sprint, you've got it for sure. Emily, not really enjoying before the coffee gets cold, so switching over to audio to see if that helps. It's a book club book, so you'd rather not DNF. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, and the audio wasn't that bad. I almost want to say I really enjoyed the audio, but it's definitely one of those that I thought the writing was weird, and this helped me, which is I don't know if you knew that it was actually a play first, that they then kind of adapted the play to make it into the book. And once I realized that, it clarified a lot of what was going on writing wise for me. Because I was like, why is this written like a stage play? And then I realized, oh, because it was one. And it still kind of feels like one. But once you accept that it's basically a play written then made into book format, if it's the writing that's bothering you, that may at least help it feel slightly better. And I do think it was helped somewhat by the audiobook because then it felt more like a play. I don't know. And Christina's been on the phone for a while and realized their supper plans have to change. Oh, there's no way you can make or eat that on a day like today. Oh, did you have something really hot planned for supper? What were the plans? Oh, no. And yeah, I'm hydrating because it's warm, so I definitely need it. And Amberly has about 40 pages left. Okay, might make it on the next sprint. Good, nice. And has anyone seen Ricardo lately? I haven't seen him in a couple of weeks, Denise, but the last time he popped in, he had started working. Um, he had gotten the job at the as the receptionist and he was working. And so there is a part of me that's thinking he's the newbie. So he may be working like evening shifts, but he said it was going well and that he really liked it. So that's my guess where he's gone is that he's now working a lot. But you know what? I don't know how often he checks his comments left on his videos, but if you guys go and watch a video of Ricardo's, you can always leave a comment and that'll pop up and hopefully at some point he'll see it. But yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking about doing that myself just to swing a little note by and say hi. So yeah, but that was just a week or two ago. And I think he just randomly happened to have the day off, but he was also like going out and having a lot of fun. So last time I heard from him, he was doing well. And Christina says hi to Kay and Viviana. Good afternoon. Oh, you fell asleep. I know you were there at the beginning and then I didn't see you again. Well, I hope you had a good rest. And Metzley had lots of fun, but now you're tired and your legs hurt. Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of physical activity. And oh, yes, that definitely helps. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, because all of a sudden when I knew that, I was like, oh, okay. Is that what's going on? Yeah, because otherwise it just seems like, why would somebody write like this? That's why. And Jessica's sprints are happening, so you can swing by and say hello to her. And the plan was omelets and frittatas and biscuits with gravy and hash browns. Well, that does sound kind of like hot and a lot of at the stove action. And yes, okay, you're welcome for the update. What is the name of his channel? Oh, you know what? I will look that up for you and I will include the link in the comments below. Because if I just say it to you, I know I'm going to get it wrong. Um, Let me see if I can find the link. And of course, like everything other than Ricardo's channel is going to come up for me. Okay, I'll have to find it. If Christina, if you find it for me, feel free to put it in the comments, but I'll put it in the comments. And yeah, it sounded like it was a lot. And Lexi is sprinting. Ooh, and Vanessa, I didn't realize Vanessa was sprinting. She's on her last sprint. Okay, I definitely need to swing by and say hi to people. And there's, yeah, no way, Christina. Like I was hot with the little tiny bit of cooking I did. So I can't imagine all of that. And Metzley had to go up to the mountains and down. Oh my gosh. Wow. Was this for fun, Metzley? Was that supposed to be like a fun thing to do? Was it fun? Was it actually fun? Like, that's the real question I have now. Was that actually a good time? Or was it just supposed to be a good time? And then it was something else. Let us know, because now I'm curious. Okay, anyway, that's the last comment that I can see. I'm going to see if I can find Ricardo's channel and I will put a link to his most recent video in the comment box below. And so then anybody who wants can go and say hello to him there and let him know that we're all thinking about him. And let me pull our timer back up. It is about 6:50 now, which means when we get back, it will be 7:50, and then we'll still have one more sprint left after that. So that'll be nice. So, because I need that time to potentially get my book done. So I'm going to go ahead and put us back into a sprint, and I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? Mine went well. I ended up getting to read for the whole hour, and I now have about 4 or 5 pages left in The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. So I will definitely finish it on our last sprint here, and then I will probably go and heat up my dinner and eat. And I have so many thoughts about how this book is ending. In fact, some of the reason that I got through um, those last few pages so quickly was I ended up skimming like 4 or 5 of them because I just ended up feeling like I get it. Like I get what's happening here. You're like beating a dead horse, and it's not funny. Like it's just I get the point, move on with the story. And I'm realizing as I'm finishing up this book that the vast majority of the problems that I have with it are the choices that Mark Twain made in certain aspects of how he decided to tell this story. Um, and whether or not it was even originally effective, and certainly why it would, in my opinion, in some ways probably isn't a classic, because I to me, a classic is a book that would stand the test of time, and there are a lot of reasons in his choice as an author that I'm thinking this book hasn't stood the test of time. And I think it has to do with things that just don't work well in his story and were his own blind spots. But I still need to finish the book. I still want to read the introduction to get a bit more of a scholarly perspective and think about the intended audience versus the audience that there would be ever since this book was written, and on and on and on and on. And you will get all those thoughts on my story graph or in my Discord or whatever, because they're way more than I will be able to fit into our little conversation here during the reading sprints. So that's how my sprint went. Let me know how you guys did in that last sprint. So we were looking for a link to Ricardo's channel because Denise had asked about him, and I did include a link to his most recent video. That was his bookshelf tour that came out. So if you don't know Ricardo, he's joined us on Sprints. You can go and check out his channel. It is in Spanish, so yay for those of you who are Spanish speaking. But if you are not Spanish speaking, you can always put closed caption and switch it to your preferred language, and you can see what he's saying that way. And it's actually a lot of fun to do that. I watch a couple of people's channels that way. And Metzley was laughing about her whole out time adventure time, and it was fun, but under the sun, it was not as enjoyable. I could totally agree and see that. And then here's the link. Whoops. And Christina did put the link to Ricardo's channel in general there. Thank you so much, Christina. And Mary was saying hi to Christina. Metzley finished your book. It was good. You don't know if you'd recommend it because you believe it's not for everyone. That's fair. But if you like fast paced books surrounded by a lot of calm or neutral thoughts, ooh, okay. That sounds pretty good, and I do like a fast-paced book, so The Stranger. Okay, and that is one of the books on my TBR list. And hellos for Mary, and Metzley's gonna take a nap. Have a very nice nap. I bet you are tired. You're very welcome for the sprints, and have a great rest of your week, Metzley. And Sue, oh, can't keep your eyes open. You're going to take a quick nap too. Oh no, it's like evening nap time for everyone. Hello, Solana. How are you? Stopping by uh to boop the like. Thank you, thank you. Oh, and Stormy's sprints have started at 7, I believe. Yep, that was when Christina posted that. And Jessica's sprints should be going. And if you're having them, you're having them, right, Jessica? I didn't actually remember if Christina actually posted them. And you've read up to chapter 30 of The Witching Hour. Very nice. Oh, you've got a long way to go. Well, not as long. 846 out of 1207. Good for you. And hello, Sue. You made it back. Welcome back. And Mary, you finished your book, a memoir. Oh, 3 stars. Okay. Okay, you're standard for controversial stories. Okay, well, that's fair then. And Christina's having supper with the boys, and we'll miss the chatty bit. Sounds good. Enjoy supper, but sorry to miss you. And Amberly finished Stone Wilder. Nice. Ooh, we're all going to finish some books today. Yay for finishing for sure. And for Mary, yep. And hello, Chris. How are you? You're finishing Orbital. Oh, I want to read Orbital. The warm weather made you unmotivated for most of the day. I would feel the same way, Chris. And it was hot here, and I stayed inside in cool air conditioning for the most part. How did you like Orbital? That is on the Booker long list, right? That was one of the ones that I was like, ooh, that sounds interesting. I want to read it. Mary is going to start the Museum of Ordinary People. Nice. And Alicia just got back from Cub Scouts where you talked about fundraising. Oh, okay. Though you aren't sure if the kiddos are really interested in it, still testing the waters. Fair, fair, fair. And then that is part of the waters to test. So good to know. And Chris read James, but you don't think you ever read Huck Finn. You don't think you have the emotional bandwidth to put up with the novel. Yeah, I could definitely understand that. Yeah, you kind of have to put up with your main character having inherited, if you will, a lot of racist ideology. And I think that needs to fairly be said. The book is a satire, but one of the things that Mark Twain chooses to do is he chooses to satirize the racist American ideology by putting those ideologies into his main character, which is a young boy. And so you hear all the ideas come out of his mouth. Now, that does not mean that the author believes these ideas or is supporting them or agreeing them, but it is part of the perspective and trope that he like brings you into. So if you do not like reading books that are about controversial topics where your main character is that controversial person, this would definitely be a hard read. I would put it up there in the same way that like you may or may not want to read Nabokov's Lolita, right? Where again, you're this is not your author like condoning this perspective, but you are getting the perspective from the unlikable character. Though some people would argue that the way Huck Finn is portrayed is he is portrayed as a likable character because he's got a lot of conflicting thoughts. Yeah, I'll get it into it in my comments, but on the very basic level, I think, yeah, there's lots of reasons why people would not enjoy reading this book. Hello, Cherie. How are you? Glad to join the final sprint. Nice to have you here. And now that you say that, I will put up the banner. We will be going into our last sprint after this. And yes, so glad to have you here and trying to finish a Kindle Unlimited book. Highway 725, and you have 2 hours left, but you think you can finish. All right. Well, we will be here for you for at least one of those 2 hours of finishing. And you're welcome, Denise. And you went to the pharmacy and read 28 pages on page 102. Very nice. And Emily's audiobook is definitely helping. Okay, good. And knowing it was a play originally, yay, yay, yay. I'm glad that helped. That I remember that helping me a lot. And sorry your book isn't going amazingly. I didn't think it would be, so it's okay. And look forward to hearing if it's required to read James. Oh, because you're not a fan of Twain. Yeah, I'll definitely try and remember to mention that. Everything that I've heard has said that it's not, but I like to overdo reading projects. So Diana finally finished your political book and you're back to listening to Oreo. Very good. And look who showed up, Ricardo. Hello. I'm glad you could join for the last hour. We were talking about you in the best way possible, saying, we miss Ricardo. We wonder what he's up to. Anybody heard from him lately? And I encourage everybody to go and watch the last video you posted and say hello in the comments. So I am doing well. I hope you are as well. And it's so nice to have you here. And yeah, so that's me. And look who else is here. Anna, hello, hello, hello. Oh, and sorry you couldn't connect before. I totally understand. You're reading Marina. Oh, yay. I hope you're enjoying it. I haven't been able to make your sprints recently because we've been doing things on the weekend. I know. I'm like, who are we? And yes, and Anna's Mr. Ricardo as well. And hello, hello's going around. Yes, your life isn't complete without a couple of sprints a week. I know, right? And I have literally been making no one's sprints since moving here, basically. I think 1 week I made somebody else's sprints, and then I've made very scattered moments sprints, or I have lurked in people's sprints, but not had time to like even say hello. And yes, DNU, yes. And hello to Ricardo. I know Denise was asking about you. Yay! It's like the whole family's back together again. And Chris is really like, you really like Oreo. Okay, you have a few pages left. Oh, with the vertical or balance. Oh, a lot of descriptions of spinning. Oh, that is, yeah, I could see if you were really triggered by that, that could be like, no, thank you. So thanks for letting us know that. Oh, right, because of what they're doing. And they, wow, it must be really well described. And Ricardo says hello to everyone. And Alicia says hello to Anna. And oh, I know. And that's what I said. I let everybody know that you started a new job. Yeah. And I figured you haven't found the time. Yes. And then, like, you're spending what free time you have having fun. So I did reassure everybody that as far as I knew, it was all good, happy, fun things. And yes, hope you're happy at your new job. And Chris appreciated James a lot and haven't read Huck Finn. It's not necessary, but you think there's probably some resonance for those who read Wayne. Yeah, I think that's a really good way of putting it, Chris, from what I've heard. And Denise tried to read Huck Finn first. You DNF'd it, but loved James. Yeah, I could see that definitely happening. So, yeah, and I don't blame you for DNFing Huck Finn because I think, especially at the beginning of the book, you very much have that feeling of like, where is this going and when is it going to get there? And I mean, Huck Finn grows as a character, but he's an interesting character. I have so many thoughts about him as a character. And more hellos to Ricardo. And you're loving it. Oh, and they're gonna be renewing your contract. Yay! And your coworkers are super nice and everything's going wonderfully here. Oh, yay. That's like the best thing to hear. Well, so happy for you, Ricardo. We're so happy that's going so well. And that's like sad for us, but even better for you than being on BookTube, right? And being on sprints. And Anna's really happy for you. Yes, I know. You deserve such great things. Well, that is so awesome. That's so good to hear. All right. Well, what a great moment to go into our next sprint on with like this happy, happy, cheerful things to share. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put us into our very last sprint. And we will do a full hour, even though that'll take us just a little past 9, but that's fine. I'm going to eat my dinner and then I'm going to read the last 5 pages of The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. And yeah, that's my plans. So let me go ahead and I almost left the studio instead of shared my screen because those buttons are just a little too close to one another. But anyway, let me get our timer back up. Oh, wrong timer. Oh gosh. Okay, there we go. Okay, and I will see you all in an hour. Enjoy your last sprint.